Andrew, if you could please start up the engine.
We are broadcasting live.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and I hope you're enjoying this wonderful summer weather. It's just any time now it's going to start snowing, I'm sure. And with that, starting the meeting off, just to remind all that this meeting is being conducted by means of electronic participation as permitted by Section 238, 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 is amended, and the Town of Mono Procedure Bylaw 2020-42. Unfortunately, council chambers are not open to the public at this time. However, this meeting can be viewed live through the Mono Civic web portal, and residents can join the meeting to ask questions during question period using the following information for link and access ID. So I just want to confirm that we have regrets from Councillor Mankdalo, but the rest of council members are in attendance, and I call this meeting to order. Notification of the proceedings is that a video is being recorded and broadcast. Disclosure of pecuniary interest for council members can be made at now or at any time throughout the meeting, and it must be provided verbally and also in copy to the clerk. And I'd like to ask Councillor Nix if he would read the land acknowledgement.
Yes. We would like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that the Town of Mono resides within the traditional territory and ancestral lands of the Haudenosaunee, Atawanron, Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe peoples. We also acknowledge that the Town of Mono resides within the treaty lands named under Treaty 18, the Nottawasaga Purchase of 1818. These traditional territories upon which we live and learn are steeped in rich Indigenous history and traditions. It is with this statement that we declare to honor and respect the past and present connection of the Indigenous peoples with this land, its waterways and resources.
Thank you, Councillor Nix. Moving on then to the approval of the agenda. We have a motion that council approves the agenda of session 15-2021 as circulated. Could I have a mover? Moved by Nix and seconded by Martin. And is there any discussion, additions, deletions? Seeing none, then I'll ask, is anyone opposed to the motion? And seeing none, that motion is carried. And moving on to approval of the previous minutes from session 14-2021 as circulated. Could I have a mover? Moved by Creelman and seconded by Martin. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask for anyone who is opposed. And seeing none, the motion is carried. And now there are no proclamations at this time. Now, public question period. Are there any questions from the public?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Good morning, Bob McRae. Am I okay to continue, Laura?
Yes, you are.
Bob McRae, 23 Blue Heron Drive, Mono. I've got a two-part question here. You all know my commitment to the highest level of citizen participation in Mono. And so I'm really happy to see that we now have it officially that any resident can do, as I'm doing right now, attending a council meeting with the access information here. First part of my question was, what has if I have missed something, I apologize, but what has the town done to promote this ability of residents to participate essentially as if I was sitting in the gallery there? In other words, emails. I see on the regular, the notice of meetings. I think there's an opportunity there. I've got the one for this meeting, but it would be easy to put on that that public can participate via that. Social media, have we publicized the ability for residents to participate on social media? And myself being one of the residents who is on the town water system, we get a bill every month. Would be easy enough to put the notification residents to participate on social media. And myself being one of the residents, it would be easy enough to put a mailer in that monthly water bill, which gets to a fair number of people. So that's my first question: is what have we done to promote this to more people? As we could see, I think I'm the only one here today. So that's part one. What have we done to promote it? I think it's a great idea. I'm really happy to see that. Second part of my question, as the chair of the planning committee and a member of the committee of adjustment, I believe, but my question is this ability for residents to actively participate also going to be active for planning committee meetings and committee of adjustment meetings? So that's my two-part question.
Okay. Fred Simpson, would you be able to give an update as to how the change in this process has been advertised?
Yes, Your Worship. So as was noted by Mr. McRae, of course, it is published in the agenda on all agendas. So it's available right there if anyone's taking a look at the meeting agenda. It is advertised within our council highlights for anyone who subscribes and receives those. And it's been promoted on our website, social media channels as well. We haven't taken advantage of putting a mailer out to date, but Andrew is actually putting together the next newsletter as we speak. It'll be a while before that actually gets out to the street, but we'll promote it there as well. We didn't put out a mailer yet because, of course, we just wanted to make sure we did a soft launch. Let's put it that way. We wanted to make sure things were working smoothly before we more aggressively promoted it. As for committees, yes, we also publish this in committees. So the Committee of Adjustment meeting that was held 3 weeks ago, it's published in the agenda there as well. And of course, in all of our other information that we just talked about, we will ensure it's noted that it applies to committees equally as it does to council meetings.
Okay, thank you. Is that sufficient for you, Bob?
Well, I think so. Again, as the chair of the planning committee, can I ask that when you send out the email notification of the planning committee meetings, and we are planning one tentatively for August 15, in that email notification of that, can you put in there that public can actively participate? I'm anticipating some public meetings with the planning committee and that. So it would be easy enough to do in that email notification of the meetings. Simple, a couple of lines in there. It's just, I think we should take advantage of every opportunity possible. This last 16 months have been difficult. Things have changed constantly. So, you know, now when we've got an opportunity to do that, I think it's great. And you know, let's use every opportunity possible, please.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any other questions from public? Mr. Troutman.
Thank you, Mayor. And just a point of correction, it's the 19th, Bob.
Oh, sorry.
Just to clarify. No, it's everyone's got a lot on their plate. It's the 19th. 15th is a weekend, so it's the 19th. We're hoping to schedule for the next meeting.
Hey, Dave, I'm retired. Every day is like a meeting. I'm sorry. Confusion. I do actually have to, but thank you for that. So I'm going to mute myself, but one last thing. I'm going to log on, but I mute myself and get rid of it. When you get to the section about the no parking bylaw in Blue Heron, I'm still going to be logged on. In the event that you've got any questions, you've seen the letter that I sent yesterday. So with that, I'm going to say thank you for this opportunity. Really appreciate it. It's nice to be back at Mono Council.
Okay, thank you very much, Bob. Any other questions from the public?
Good morning. My name is Brian Foley. I live on the 25th side road of Mono. I wanted to address the parking issues around Mono Cliffs Provincial Park. I'm not sure if it's appropriate to do so at this point. I sent Fred Simpson an outline of my concerns.
Hi, this is Lawrence Smith.
I'm not sure if it's appropriate to do so at this point. I sent Fred Simpson an outline of my concerns. Hi, this is Lawrence Smith.
Okay, we're good.
It's appropriate to do so at this point. I sent Fred an outline of my concerns.
Okay, Fred Simpson, we're having a lot of feedback here.
Yeah.
Any suggestions?
Yeah, so first of all, some of the feedback seems to be coming from Mr. Smith. So Mr. Smith, if you could just keep your mic off for the time being, the mayor will call on you for your question. And then Mr. Foley, I believe we got your question, which, or at least your introduction, which is about parking in and around Mono Cliffs Provincial Park. I think things have settled down enough, Your Worship, that we can carry on with that one.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Foley.
I'd like to address council regarding adjusting parking allowances at 3 locations, specifically around Mono Cliffs Provincial Park. The first one would be the 25th Side Road and Second Line EHS. So at the present moment, there is no parking allowed at this location. Many families with children, dog walkers, local residents park here to access a 3-kilometer return walk to the natural lookout, as well as the north section of the park. So restricting parking to the Third Line EHS parking lot or Mono Center community center, that equals a 10-kilometer hike, which is a real chore for children and people who are walkers as opposed to hikers. My second location is First Line EHS, south of 25 Side Road. Again, this is no parking designation. It's a dead-end street. The impact on residents is low. I think there are 2 properties at the bottom of First Line. One property you cannot even see. This is a popular, safe spot for cyclists and horses who use the extensive trail system in the Deferred forest, as well as walkers looking for a short walk in the northwest section of the park. In addition, cyclists and horse people with their trailers have been pushed over to Hurontario, and how long would it be before residents on Hurontario are fed up with that additional traffic? My third location is Second Line EHS, north of 20 Side Road. There's no residents in this area. Again, a dead end. The Toronto Board of Education has property at that area, but there's plenty of shoulder parking for 20 cars. Again, a very popular access point for families, walkers, and it allows people the opportunity to explore the west end of the park without a long walk from Third Line or Mono Center. I sympathize with residents, particularly on the 25th Side Road and Second Line EHS. We saw during the COVID lockdown, stay-at-home order, people parking their cars on property, picnicking and leaving garbage. So my proposal is retain no parking enforcement in all these areas, but adjust the parking signs to allow limited parking, like 25th Side Road and Second Line EHS could accommodate about 6 cars. The bottom of First Line, probably about 10 cars. So you would do this by arrows that say no parking beyond this point. And anybody who parked outside of this area, of course, would be subject to a ticket. That's you understand what I'm saying about the arrows? Yeah, just designated it. There's parking to the east. There's no parking to the west. However, you can park between these signs.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Any questions from council members? Mr. Nix?
Yeah, no, not a question. I have a statement, Brian. I'm quite sympathetic to what you're arguing for. When we first adjusted our no parking bylaw, we did leave a gap on both the Second Line and the 25 Side Road. My dilemma, and this is going to come up later in the meeting when we deal with the notices of motion that John Creelman has put before us, is that we have a request from Ontario Parks that we encircle the park with no parking. They want everyone to enter the park from the third line. I gather, but I have heard this myself, that they're doing this as a method of controlling the number of people in the park. So I have a problem. I sympathize with what you're suggesting. I just don't know how strong this request from Ontario Parks is, that we sort of basically close off all parking except for the third line. The only exception we've made on the 25 Side Road is we've given the Dufferin Highland Bruce Trail Club, I don't know what it was, 10 permits that they can, their workers can park there because they have to carry weed whackers and chainsaws into the trails. I would dearly love to see the members of the public who historically have parked in those places, particularly the Second Line and the 25 Side Road. Again, this is going to come up later on in the meeting when we deal with John Creelman's notices of motion. I have to hear from, and I think John is on a committee with Ontario Parks. I mean, first of all, I'm not sure we're required to respond to a request from Ontario Parks. So that will come up later, but there's nothing I can do with your request right now, Brian.
Okay, thank you. Okay, John? Okay, not sure. I think we've...
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Brian, I just encourage you to stay around for my motion because it does speak to the issue of cutouts from the existing no parking zones for parking with an easy to receive permit for residents such as yourself. My concern would be that if we lifted the prohibition altogether for say 10, 15 cars at each of those locations, in all probability, those spots would be taken very quickly by people from outside the community, and we'd be right back to where we started.
Okay. Okay, so Mr. Foley, this item is coming up later on our agenda under finished business. So if you are able to remain in attendance or come back to sign in again, we appreciate your comments at that time too. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I'll hold. I have a couple comments, but I'll hang on to them until I hear the presentation later. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So Lawrence Smith, were you wanting to make comments at this time under public question period?
Until I hear,
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Okay, so
Lawrence Smith, were you wanting to make comments at this time under public question period?
okay. I'm an original homeowner at 31 Blue Heron. I moved in 2004, 2005.
Yes.
My front porch views.
Were you wanting to make comments at this time under public question period?
Mr. Smith, you have two sets of speakers or two sources of a microphone running. We're getting an echo, and that's often the result of having multiple sets of speakers or microphones.
So Fred, how do I solve this?
Turn one set off. You've got.
I'm only on my laptop. Here's what I can do. I can dial back in and just go over the voice only. Okay?
Okay.
That might.
Yeah. But I'm only on my laptop with one speaker. Okay. I'll dial the number, the 647 number.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, yes, John?
Just watching this, I'm convinced that we really have to look at switching away from GoToMeeting. It's not working. And I don't see how, unless Laura, because you're on all the time, which you need to be as chair, I don't see how this echo is occurring other than a problem with GoToMeeting. So I'll just put that out there.
Well, we do have Andrew researching alternatives, and I'm sure he will be coming back to us in a short time as to what provider we should be going to.
Hi, this is Lauren Smith. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. I'm the original homeowner at 31 Blue Heron. I moved in here in late 2004. My front porch looks south down Blue Heron towards where the entrance is to the Island Lake Park, and my backyard faces north, and it backs onto the Vicky Barron Trail. My statement is simply this. I do not believe there is a parking issue or any issue to be addressed on Blue Heron. I know there's new homeowners that moved into the house that's adjacent to the access to the trailway, and what they experienced, and my wife and I experienced it too, early this year in March, April, when the good weather started to come out a little bit, and there was encouragement by the government to get out and exercise and do things. We saw that trail that we've lived backing onto for like 15, 16 years. It was like the CNE Midway during the exhibition. It was just packed with people going in both directions. It's like everybody wanted to get out and do something outside after being cooped up at home and not being able to do things that publicly, like at restaurants or gyms or movie theaters or things like that. We noticed that. And we also noticed down the street there was, a few cars, like occasionally, like maybe sometimes 2 or 3 cars parked near the park entrance. But since then, and I think if the people who are lodging this complaint in the first place are wrong, since then there is virtually no cars parked there anymore at all. I don't believe there's any reason to pursue this anymore. I've been looking pretty well daily. I work from home. And there's just no cars parked anymore in front of that area. It's not an event. I lived here long enough to know, on Canada Day celebrations, when the fireworks moved to the Island Lake, you'd get people parking there because they wanted to try and get in and see the fireworks. But then it would stop. When the amphitheater has a movie night or a play night or something like that, where it's an event where everybody gathers at the Island Lake Amphitheater, you'll get some cars then parked in there. But then once those significant events are over, day to day, week out of week, there is this no cars parked there, and I don't think there's any reason for the township of Mono to pursue this any farther. I just think it should be dropped. That's my statement.
Okay, thank you for your comments, and we are discussing this later on in our agenda, so feel free to stay tuned in or log back in.
Well,
Because,
if I caused all that interference, what?
well, we're at this point, we're going to be going into a delegation, which will probably be about 15 minutes, and then we'll probably be going on to those items of concern regarding parking shortly thereafter. So just leave it up to you how you want to proceed. You can stay logged in on the phone call, or you can phone back in again in 15, 20 minutes.
Maybe I'll just stay logged in on the phone call. If I'm not offending anybody, I'll put my phone on mute and we'll just go from there.
Sounds good. Okay. Yes, Glenn White.
Yeah, hi. Good morning. Just to address the caller's comments, it has been better over the last 2-3 weeks. I'm at 41 Blue Heron, the guy who initiated the petition on the street. And I think a lot of the reason for it improving, although I had 2 cars today, 4 yesterday, 3 or 4 the day before, 4 or 5 the day before that. Like it's still constant. I can get them to park in front of 31. I could just go out and talk to them and say, park in front of 31 if you want. But that being said, it has been better since the minutes have been published, since the word has been spread. So plus there's been some publicity about Mono Center, although 2 separate issues. The enforcement going on there, so I think word is spread. There's so we can't discredit the fact of word of mouth has spread and has improved the situation. Maybe some others like I have neighbors across the street from me who have had verbal altercations with people, and that may have helped as well, even though that's not a solution I plan to pursue. I get it. I get that many don't want no parking, and so let's entertain other options, right? This was just the first kick at the can at improving a real issue of people destination seeking, parking on a cul-de-sac for the direct purpose of bypassing the main entrances to the CVC. Does the CVC still have a part to play? Yes, they do. This is not a parking lot, okay, for their access. So that's still an issue. But again, I could always just throw a few garbage cans, my wheelbarrow, in front of my place, and our neighbors do the same, and then they just park further down the street. Or we just tell them to park elsewhere and just pick arbitrary house numbers. Not going to do that. So let's try to figure out a reasonable solution.
This is Lawrence Smith again. Can I rebut that just for a second? Well, can I have a rebuttal here?
I'll allow about a minute.
Okay. So when this subdivision was built, one of the advertisements was that we would have access to the park on Island Lake Road. That was one of the selling features when Peter Cramp built the park. And I disagree with the volume of cars that Mr. White is talking about there. Like I said, I've been watching it, and I've been watching it pretty constantly. It is no different this year than any other year. And I've been here since like 2004. And I admit in the spring there was a lot of cars, like 3 or 4 at a time. But since then, this whole weekend, I looked out and there wasn't a single car really there. And you have municipal residential subdivisions really do allow parking. Like if you look at Fieldgate just across the road, there's parking on the street there. Like most residential subdivisions always have parking. We're just fortunate on Island Lake because we have large lots and long driveways that most people don't have to park in the street. But if you take an average new residential subdivision with 40 or 50 foot lots, there's lots of parking on the street. There's lots of activity. and we're just in an easier area, but that doesn't have that density. So any cars on the street just looks a little bit more unusual. But Mr. White, I'll tell you, there is nothing different today than there's been since I moved in here in 2004.
Okay, thank you for that. So at this time, if there aren't any further questions to be addressed by the public that we haven't already heard on, then we'll proceed then with our delegation. Kim Delahunt is here to present regarding the Healthcare Center and the annual report. Welcome, Kim. I'm sorry that we are behind in scheduling, but we appreciate your patience. So you have the floor.
Wonderful. Good morning, Mayor Ryan and council and members of the public. I'm really pleased to be here. Can I just confirm, do you guys see my screen?
Yes, I do.
Do you see slides?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Then let me just go and make them into a slide show, and then we can start. Okay, so it is really great to be here again with you this morning. And I just want to acknowledge that with me today are our current board chair, Mr. Greg Pope, and Tom Reed, who is our chief of Dufferin County Paramedics, and Jen Hamilton, our director of communications and stakeholder relations. And as well, watching through the web, we have a couple of other board directors joining us this morning. Lori Kerr, who is our past board chair, and Dr. Hugh Obrodovich are also watching. So we're all very pleased to be here this morning, and I've got a great crew that will be able to answer any and all questions that you guys have afterwards. So I am very pleased this morning to share the results of our annual report and really the work that the hospital has been able to achieve over the past year. And on the screen right now is our current strategic plan. And I am also, I'm very pleased that we were still able to advance it over the past year, even throughout the pandemic. And as well, I am pleased to report that we are going to be extending the timelines of our strategic plan by a couple years. It is still very much relevant to the work we're doing today and to the work that we will do over the next few years. You know, as you can all imagine, the past 16 months have been massively disruptive to all of our regular activities inside the hospital. You know, this disruption was felt not only within the hospital, but across all sectors and, you know, including at the municipal level as well. The pandemic has touched every part of our operational and financial footings at the hospital. It played a role in every decision, action, and response since early 2020, and it continues to do so, although we are on our way to recovery and renewal, what we're calling. So I am pleased to share with you on this next slide just some updates on our operations and what we've been doing over the past year. As you can imagine, we rapidly assembled a whole new branch of operations to respond to the pandemic. And that included very early on staffing and operating a new and very busy COVID-19 assessment center. We right away instilled extra cleaning and disinfecting processes. We supported additional lab testing. We accepted many patient transfers from other hospitals. We supported staff being redeployed to long-term care facilities within our community and also within other parts of our hospital where we needed extra support. We also managed to ensure that we had 100% personal protective equipment coverage for all of our staff. And we also rolled out a regional PPE program to support our community partners as well. And we, of course, rapidly adjusted to, new information coming out daily often in terms of new guidelines, new processes, all of that. And to go along with that, we started to disseminate a lot more communication within the hospital and externally. So we really ramped up all of our comms. In regards to some specific accomplishments that I want to highlight this morning, to date, we have now completed over 86,000 tests at our COVID-19 assessment center at Headwaters. We have internally completed over 5,000 lab tests for admissions and discharges. We did at one point open an additional 20 beds to support increased hospitalizations and also to support some of those patient transfers that we were receiving from other hospital partners in the GTA. We did participate in vaccination clinics with public health. We, as you can imagine, we ramped down our services. At one point, we ramped them back up, we ramped them down again, and back up several times as we worked through the different waves of the pandemic. I did mention earlier that we did maintain 100% of personal protective equipment levels during the pandemic, which was great. You know, we had to increase our financial tracking to track COVID expenses for provincial reporting. We also established an assessment center booking system to be able to receive and book people both online and over the phone, and that was actually turned around within a weekend, the weekend's notice by the ministry. We also launched new screening protocols for everyone entering the hospital, and we also launched our own internal app that staff and physicians use. We use it each day to screen before we come in, which really cuts down on the lines, so we don't have to wait in the lines and can let the patients and families access entrances that way. And we did at one point, we hired over 180 new staff to support various new roles and just other pressures within the hospital. So there was a lot of recruitment that did happen throughout the past year. As well, in regards to our community connections, you know, certainly our engagement was enhanced with our community partners this past year. We also successfully expanded our community paramedic program, which now also is doing vaccinations. They're supporting palliative care patients in their homes. The Hills of Headwaters Ontario Health Team's Community Wellness Council became firmly established, and they implemented a caregiver ID project that recognizes and validates the role of the caregiver within healthcare. And together with partners, we've established a 24-hour support model and coverage for mental health for youth under 18. As I mentioned, we did set up a personal protective equipment hub that supports our community partners as well. And we, inside the hospital, we actually advanced our patient family advisory partnership and its involvement over the past year, really embedding them in some of our internal operations. In regards to our annual report, and I do hope you all get a chance to read it, you know, this annual report this past year was very special. It was co-created with local patient family advisors, as well as a local graphic designer who all volunteered their time and talents to design the report. And we also had it printed courtesy of a local printer. And in fact, several of the photos were donated. And, you know, as you read through the report, and as you can see on the cover there are these little heroes, and they are meant to represent our hospital's values of kindness, courage, passion, and teamwork. You know, and we hope that they make you smile and that these little heroes represent that part in all of us who really want to cheer on those who inspire, provide hope, and help us feel safe. You know, I have to pause and just talk about our staff, because the care that we provide each and every day couldn't be done without our excellent staff and physicians. And as we continue to navigate, you know, the lasting impact of the pandemic of COVID-19, you know, our staff are continued to live our values. They are continued to be challenged and work in different ways and really learn how to deliver even better service each and every care to the patients and families that they do care for. Our team certainly rose to the occasion each and every day over the past year. In terms of some other opportunities and advancements in supporting our people within the hospital, you know, we transitioned to a virtual environment. So we actually use MS Teams within the hospital. And, you know, that has just become a norm here. I mentioned earlier that recruitment was very, very active over the past year. At one point, we actually had 117 vacancies across the hospital, many of which were in frontline positions. There's huge competition. There's also huge fatigue and burnout, but we did persevere. And this, you know, health human resources issue and challenge is right across the province now, as all hospitals are struggling to retain and recruit new staff. I did mention that we launched a new employee screening app. We also standardized many of our HR practices, tried to simplify and make more efficient our recruitment, retention, onboarding, orientation. We did some lunch and learns. And, you know, probably most importantly is we continue to try to acknowledge our staff and physicians each and every day, especially those who continue to go above and beyond. This recognition is really, really important to us. In terms of our, our volunteers and our foundation, it was a record year for our foundation and fundraising at Headwaters. It really speaks to the incredible ability of our community to support the hospital and for us to support each other. And I also want to acknowledge the resourcefulness of the foundation team here, who had to move many of its activities to an online format. Telecheck, Seconds Count, Patient Family Advisor, our board of directors, our Friendship Gardens and spiritual care volunteers, they have all continued to provide support to the hospital and support to our communities. Our hospital volunteers that fall under the Headwaters Healthcare Auxiliary have not yet been able to return to the hospital, and we have dearly missed them over the past 15 months. However, we are working on their safe return to the hospital plan because our priority is to ensure that when they do return, it is done in a safe and controlled way. And to recognize all of our volunteers this past year, our senior team and board members actually reached out and we phoned collectively over 400 volunteers just to say thank you and that we were thinking of them. And it was really wonderful to connect with them, just to make that connection over the past year. In terms of quality and quality achievements at the hospital over the past year, we did achieve a lot. We continue to prepare for our accreditation, which is going to happen early next year in January of 2022. We did do a number of internal improvements to improve quality of care and safety. We installed new lifts. We implemented a new maintenance order system. We also implemented an emergency management system trauma bypass to other hospitals. And I talked about the palliative care in homes that was implemented. We also implemented just-in-time supply cart efficiency, and our inventory accuracy was enhanced, which was really important over the pandemic. And then, I want to pause on our Meditech Expanse, our health information system upgrade that we are currently working through at the hospital. So this is a major upgrade for Headwaters. We are doing this in a partnership with 3 other hospitals. We're in a historical 20-year partnership of sharing our health information system platform, and that's the system that we use that entails all of the patient information, all of the data, everything pertaining to visits, tests, results. Our physicians use it for reporting and recording. We also use it to support back office functions such as HR, finance, all of that. We go live with this new system this September 18th. And it's going to create a shared electronic medical record system across all 4 hospital sites. And we're in partnership with Royal Victoria Hospital in Barrie, Georgian Bay Hospital, and Collingwood General Marine Hospital. We are currently working through all of that. And I just wanted to pause to mention that the Ministry of Health, as many of you may know, they do not fund these health information system upgrades. This is something that has to be solely covered by hospitals, and this is a multi-million-dollar expansion and upgrade. For Headwaters alone, our costs are over $6.5 million. So we're grateful for community support and our foundation who continues to support us with this. In terms of some facility improvements over the past year, justifiably we had to delay some due to the pandemic. Pardon me. However, we were still able to successfully complete many construction and many upgrades to our hospital, including our main lobby and front entrance are now complete. We did upgrade and repair our ventilation system, and we also managed to get some roofing upgrades done, which is excellent. As you know, our building is getting older and we need to continue to look at improvements and upgrades. I think definitely one of our biggest accomplishments, and I know I talked to you about it last time I presented, was our main lobby, and we're all really happy that that work is now complete. And I certainly look forward to being able to welcome you when we can to this new space. And I just want to acknowledge again that this was made possible by the generosity of Joan and Paul Waiter and our auxiliary. Some other facility improvements over the past year include a building improvement plan that is being developed. And that is really to ensure that we do keep our hospital and all the infrastructure up to date as much as possible. And some new signage is being inputted. And, we've got lots of other ongoing roof repairs, emergency room renovations, some high efficiency air filters, a backup generator was installed. We also are developing and launching a new wayfinding strategy that will improve how people move in and around the hospital. And, you know, on the screen now are some great pictures of our community members who had different experiences over the past year. And, you know, looking forward, and we are very excited to be looking forward as a hospital, you know, we are focusing on rebuilding after the pandemic. We certainly know that the resulting impacts of the pandemic will continue to be felt for many, many months, but we're also optimistic about the declining rates of infection and increasing levels of vaccination. And all of this is going to help stabilize us. And of course, we are here to ensure that great care is provided each and every day to our community. In terms of, I'm going to go back, in terms of our financial results for the last year, certainly it was a very busy year with COVID expenses, lots of enhanced reporting, receiving money at the year end. And you may recall, I can actually pause, the year before we ended the last fiscal year with a deficit of approximately $700,000. And that was really due to COVID expenses we occurred early in the pandemic in March of 2020. And then for this fiscal year, we actually ended the year with a surplus of just over $700,000. And it's really due to a timing issue of when the ministry reimbursed us for those COVID expenses that were incurred in the previous fiscal year. In terms of looking forward and what's on the horizon, as I mentioned earlier, we're all very excited to move forward. There are lots of lessons learned, lots of great opportunities, lots of new things that have been implemented that occurred that we want to continue. So I'm pleased to share that everything's getting back on track. We're continually reprioritizing, and we're looking at opportunities to build back better. We're rebuilding and refocusing our clinical program areas under the leadership of a new vice president who's featured on the slide. That's Anna Marie Sutherland. So she's our new vice president of patient experience, health integration, and chief nursing and health disciplines executive. I talked about the launch of our new information system this fall, which is very exciting. And of course, we always continue to look at hospital improvement opportunities where we can ensure we're providing the most efficient and highest quality of care, and that we are spending every dollar as wisely as we can. We are going to look at our emergency department renovations because we so dearly need to renovate and expand our footprint. We continue to recruit, and as I mentioned earlier, we are doing our accreditation in January. And that was actually 2 slides. And then finally, I just want to pause, as I mentioned earlier, that at Headwaters, we are always grateful for the support we receive from community partners and municipal partners. And, you know, each year at our annual general meeting, we present the Dr. David Scott Award. And as you know, it's an award that is named after retired surgeon and lifelong Orangeville resident, the late Dr. David Scott, who came to Orangeville in 1962 as the town's first specialist in general surgery. And he dedicated his life to improving the health and wellness of our community. And so this year's Dr. David Scott Award was awarded to Dr. Nicola Mercer, who is the CEO and Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Matthew Tannenbaum, who is Associate Medical Officer of Health, and the entire Wellington Dufferin Guelph Public Health team. You know, this team and the work of public health really emulates the true essence of the Dr. David Scott Award, and the impact that we have felt from their work over the past year has been extremely positive, and we're grateful to have them as partners. So just to wrap up, I want to pause again and say, you know, throughout this last year, which has been very challenging, I cannot tell you how proud I am of the team here at Headwaters and how proud of the relationships I am that we have with the community. But our team, our staff and physicians, I can't thank them enough. They continue to show up each and every day ready to conquer whatever was thrown at them and to really provide the best possible care that they could to our community. So with that, Mayor Ryan, I'm pleased to take any questions that you or the council may have.
Okay, thank you very much, Kim. And Councillor Nix, you had a question or comment?
I had two questions, if it's okay. The number that caught my attention when I read your report, Kim, was the 180 people that you hired last year. And of course, I had 2 thoughts. One, is that because you're so busy you're expanding your workforce, or is that because you have a high turnover rate? Could you ballpark, I don't know how many employees you have, but what % of them left, retired, quit, or whatever, resigned last year? Would it be 5%, 10%?
It's a great question. So I'll answer it in two parts. So the 180 staff that were hired over the past year, so predominantly those were for net new roles. So we have net new screeners at all of our entrances that run, well, more than 12 hours a day. One of the doors is 24 hours a day, and we cover that 7 days a week. And then it was for our assessment center. So our assessment center, we had to hire all new nurses, runners, screeners, coders, all of that. So it was predominantly for that. Some of them were casual for the summer. They were students. So it's a total number. It's a net number where some were there for months and then we just continue to rehire. But in totality, it was over 180 new staff. So it's a lot of recruitment. So they're for net new roles. We do have over 800 staff at Headwaters. So if you think about it, we added about another 20% to our staffing complement. So huge impact to the hospital, all due to the pandemic. In terms of your question, Councillor Nix, it's a great question around the turnover. I don't have that stat handy, but what I will share is certainly we have seen an increased number of early retirements. There have been an increased number of leaves for various reasons, medical leaves. Staff, some I think had enough. The pandemic took a toll on everyone, and for different reasons. There were, staff that had to be home to support kids in remote learning. When one or the other, if both parents are working, you had to figure out how to cover kids at home in some cases. Some just had enough and they wanted to retire early. And then there's also movement within the system, but it's prevalent across all hospitals. So Headwaters were no different. We're no worse, perhaps a bit better, because definitely there was also movement of staff from the GTA to more rural northern areas where rates of infection were lower, and probably some of that increased traffic you're seeing on the side roads, right? Folks are trying to get out of the GTA. So I don't think we're different. I think certainly though, year over year, we did have more movement, more retirements, more resignations, more leaves, but that's common across all hospitals, totally due to the pandemic.
Okay, I appreciate your answer. I asked it because the number looked pretty large to me, and then you hear these reports out of Quebec that it almost sounds like a crisis there in terms of the number of people have left, but I take your explanation. The second question is fairly minor. It just shows my ignorance, but what is this accreditation that we're getting? Aren't you already, you're a hospital. What do you have to be accredited for?
Yes, so we have accreditation status currently. It's something that we do every 3 years. So it's just to ensure that we still have all of the quality procedures and monitoring and all of that in place. So it's every 3 years we go through accreditation.
Okay. And by the way, your worship, if I could just add not a question, I'd like to thank the hospital. We went through some cancer in our family last year, and we were very impressed with the treatment we got at the hospital. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Martin?
I also wanted to thank you, Kim, and your team for rising to the challenge of the pandemic. No one can really prepare for this until it starts to happen. So I think that you hit every one of the challenges all the way along and did a really great job. I also think it's great that you chose the recipients for the David Scott Award. I think we should be very proud of our health department too, that they've also stepped up to the challenge. And I just want to add that I arrived here the year after David Scott did. And I'm trying to think, about 6 years ago, I don't know if you know this, but David Scott won his own award.
Oh, I actually did see that, Councillor Mert, on the list of award winners.
That's right, and I'm on the list too with him. So
wonderful.
Yeah, that's great, and I'm very proud of our hospital. And I challenge anybody to find fault in front of me. Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Creelman?
Yes, Kim, and to you and your associates, congratulations and job well done in the past 18 months, they must have been very trying. I had two questions. Number one, obviously there have been a lot of retirements and people leaving, but have any individuals who had retired come back into service over the course of the past year and a half?
Yes, we have experienced that as well. And I think actually our public health partners really experienced that. So what I've heard is that there were a number of nurses that came out of retirement to actually solely do vaccinations. And a number of them work in the mass vaccination centers around the province, not just here locally, but around. I've heard that there have been many come out of retirement, which is wonderful.
That's spectacular. And the additional staff that you've had to bring on in order to deal with COVID, has the province stepped up to the plate in terms of funding for those positions?
So they did until March 31st, 2021. So we're now in a new fiscal year. In fact, I was on a medium-sized hospital council call yesterday where we are now advocating for those expenses to be covered for this fiscal year. As of right now, the COVID reimbursement for those net new roles has stopped as of March 31.
Well,
So, yeah.
I hope you get the support you deserve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Kim, for your update, and wishing you all the best as the future unfolds, and the success that you've managed to maintain throughout this horrific time in our experience. So let's hope that it will be clear skies going forward, and best of luck with your new projects, and always nice to hear the great work that you and your team are doing. So thank you very much for your attendance.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ryan and Council. Thank you.
Okay.
Have a lovely day.
Okay, you as well. All right, so now we're on to unfinished business and deferred items. So we have the list of unfinished items. Yes, Mr. Simpson.
Your Worship, we did have 3 questions that were submitted online. If you want to return to those at any point, I have those available.
Okay, let's do those now then.
Okay. So the first question comes from Mr. Brian Taylor, and he has a question with concerns to the amount and depth of gravel that's been laid down on the 4th line between Mono Center Road and 25 Side Road, and would like some clarification on exactly why that seems to have changed.
Okay, so I guess that would be turned over to Mr. Dunmore. Do you have any idea of a response for this question, Mike?
So through your worship to Mr. Taylor, we did come into a truckload of some heavy granular and lack of fines gravel on this section. We have tried to spread it out as best as possible, and in the coming week we will be adding some fines back to that gravel, and we hope it gets to the status that he wants and likes. And as for the depth of gravel, it's a typical 4-year cycle depth that we do add to the roads. So so we do hope that'll be rectified and to his satisfaction in the coming weeks.
Okay, would you be responding to this question directly by email, or is that something that Fred Simpson will do?
However Mr. Taylor approached Mr. Simpson, we will get back. Between the two of us, will definitely provide a response to him.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so Fred, the next question.
The second question is from Jason Gailey, and he asks, when will Mono schedule to re-vote on opting in or out of allowing retail cannabis stores?
I don't know the answer to that because we made a decision, and until such time as there is the issue brought back up to the table, we can revisit the issue at is there a 6-month or hiatus before an issue is revisited? Is that part of our procedural bylaw?
The procedure bylaw just puts a limit on reopening something that has been revisited. So, i.e. the third time around, then
Okay.
there's a limit to reconsidering it a third time.
I see, okay. So I'm not sure exactly how to word this, but I guess unless the issue comes before council as a request for consideration, either by a council member or the public, I guess this situation remains status quo until such time. Anyone else on council want to make a comment? Okay, not hearing anything, so
I think Sharon.
oh, sorry, I can't see there.
Can't
So Sharon-
see me. I would expect if someone wanted to a retail cannabis store that they would have to go through some kind of the procedure, and that's how it would come towards us. But at this time, as far as I know, there isn't a good space for it. I haven't heard of anybody who's interested in mono. So unless they come towards us, I guess we can't do anything about it. Leave it as it is.
Okay. So if there's nothing further on this, Mr. Simpson, would you respond to that question in the manner that's been discussed?
Absolutely, Your Worship.
Okay.
The third question actually was from Mr. Lawrence Smith, so I believe that's been addressed because he was asking about parking
Right.
on Blue Heron.
Okay. All right then. So thank you for bringing that forward. And so we will continue on with the list of unfinished and deferred items.
Your Worship, I think Mark Early has his hand
Yes,
up.
Mr. Early.
Your Worship, there were two other questions just to follow up, but they were more particular and directed to the Planning Committee, Committee of Adjustment, and also the Bylaw Enforcement Office.
Okay.
Just so council's aware, and if the residents are wondering what had transpired, that's what's gone on. They were more particular to the committee and to Bylaw Enforcement.
Okay. Mr. Trotman?
Thank you, Mayor Ryan. Just further to Mr. Early's comment there, with respect to the one variance, the proposed hotel adjacent to Royal Chevalds, there is now only one variance. And we are revisiting that application July 29th per committee's decision to defer to a later meeting. So there is no on-site parking deficiency. It has been resolved, just so everyone's aware. There has been recirculation as well to that effect. And this will be coming back to committee July 29th for the height variance to the hotel. That is to go from an as of right 3 floors to 4.
Okay. Thanks for that update. All right. So the list of unfinished items, I had contact by Marissa Russell regarding the fireworks bylaw. And Mr. Early, what's the status of that?
I was discussing that with Mr. Simpson earlier this week. I know that the request came in from Marissa, and we can start to bring that forward. I think the direction was that there were more urgent bylaws to be proceeding with, and that was the direction staff were taking.
Okay,
But we can certainly bring that forward if that's council's wish.
okay. Sharon?
Um, I don't know if it is a thing, but perhaps we should have it in mind that there are fireworks that don't make those bangs. And I think that's one of the big things. Yes, there are pollutants, of course, that go with all of that. But I think it's mostly a noise thing and how it disturbs people and animals and all that kind of thing. And there are the ones that go up and are lit. I can't remember what we call them, the moon, kind of a moon thing that goes up and does that. But anyway, I was just wondering if maybe we could look into the fact that there are perhaps some that don't make any noise, and that could be part of our research.
Okay, Fred, next.
You're muted, Mr. Nick.
Yeah. On the very first one, on the joint water management agreement, where Mark already has indicated he's responsible for that. I don't actually think you are responsible for that, Mark. I talked to CBC Deborah Martin Down last week or the week before. She thought Chris had already prepared a draft. So I don't know where we stand on that. I don't know why it's taking so long. You and I put quite a bit of work into what I thought was a draft agreement, but apparently wasn't. Chris has had that now for, what, a couple of months? So I don't know what the holdup is, but I don't think you're responsible for that item. My understanding is the representative on the CBC board was going to come up with a new draft, and Deborah thought that he already had. I just put that out there.
Okay, Mark?
Yeah, the last thing I saw was that Chris Garrett's was taking the lead on that, and we haven't seen anything. I have talked to Sue Stone about that as well from East Garfraxa. That's her understanding. So we do have a meeting tomorrow with the CAO, so I'll ask Nicole whether that's come up on Amaranth's agenda or whether she's been delegated that job from Chris. I'm not sure what's going on with it, but that last direction was Chris was dealing with it.
I just point out, we were supposed to have that agreement in place by 2018, so we're hanging fire on that one.
Okay. Yes, John?
If I can suggest the elimination of 2 items on the list, I think we've heard all we're going to hear from MTO with regard to set fines and automated speed enforcement. Just 1 second. I have roofers here today, so one was just tapping on the door. I don't think we're going to hear any more from them, so I think that should be dropped. Unfortunately, they're not saying what I'd hope they would. The other thing that I think can be dropped is the police service boards. We now have an answer or a letter indicating a direction, sort of. And until Solgen makes up its mind as to what configuration they want for Mono and Dufferin broadly, I don't think we're going to hear anything more there. So that's 2 I'd like to see drop. I'd like to see several added if I could. One is signage at Island Lake Family Park and the emergency entrance off Blue Heron into the CBC land. Hopefully there'll be enough direction from council in terms of wording that we should indicate that as an action item. I don't know how others feel about that. And I do have 2 other issues. They haven't been handled by way of a motion, which I'm prepared to do as noticed today. But one has to do with a process for handling requests for the purchase of municipal land. Something that I think the clerk's office should produce and oversee. And the second issue is a process for closing up abandoned road allowances to all motorized vehicles. And I'm prepared to address that later on in the meeting.
Okay. Anything further? Seeing none then, we'll carry on to item 2, the joint nomination to the CTC Source Protection Committee. We have a motion that Chris Garretts be reappointed as joint representative to the CTC Source Protection Committee. Could I have a mover? Moved by Martin and seconded by Nix. And any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask for anybody who is opposed. And I see no opposition, so that's carried. So the next item is the review of the parking bylaw. And so we do have a list of motions that's been provided by Deputy Mayor and also correspondence from various residents on this issue. And guess we have to wait for John to rejoin. Is there any discussion prior to that? Yes, Fred? You're muted.
I apologize. I keep forgetting that little button.
Mhm.
To go back to my earlier comment when Brian Foley was asking questions in public question period. First of all, I think all of John's notices of motion are fine. But I really would like it clarified because I've had people phone me and email me, particularly with respect to the second line and the 25 side road. And now we're going to have one of these motions that John has before us is going to have a permit system for some of our residents who can park there and get into the park. I actually would welcome that, but I want it clarified. What is our obligation to Ontario Parks in terms of their request that we put no parking all around the park? I guess they can't order us to do that, but if we pass some of the motions in front of us, we're sort of ignoring their request. And I think I'd like this on the public record too, that I have one little problem. I mean, I think it's a good idea, but now it starts to make Mono residents sort of special in terms of a provincial park. And I have a bit of a problem with that. I have groups of people that I know, say the Tuesday hikers in the Bruce Trail Club, and they certainly all don't live in Mono, who traditionally have parked up at the 25 side road and gone hiking, or parked, John, right in front of your place at the third line in County Road 8. And as I understand these motions before us, we're going to give permits to some people in Mono. I'm queasy about that. John, I don't know if you were online earlier. I like the thrust of all of your notices of motion, but I do have these two little problems. One, what is our requirement to listen to Ontario Parks' request? And two, is it fair to be giving something to our residents with respect to a provincial park that all people in the province own?
Sorry, I had to attend to a roofing matter here. Madam Mayor, if I can respond. First of all, we have a meeting coming up with the Parks Committee, and I'm happy to raise the issue with them. However, I have been deluged by requests for an exception to the no parking absolute surrounding the provincial park, and it's principally residents of Mono. And I think the answer is yes. I think residents of Mono, who historically have been able to access various spots, should have that opportunity without fear of getting a parking ticket. And as I explain in my motion, there's actually institutions, and they sort of have to be read together. And that is, number one, I think we can have a very simplified process for issuing a permit that is based on how we currently deal with dog licenses and fire permits. And we can use the exact same platform that we currently have in order to do that. And the second thing is, if the Bruce Trail wardens, I think, should be an exception to the rule, and they should be able to be eligible for those. But right now, we're finding that the custodians, our residents who are custodians of the park, are not having the opportunity to do what they've historically done. And I think we need to step up and make an allowance for that. I did get one call from a resident of Orangeville who said, well, why not for people in Orangeville? And that's maybe where we look at a possibility of a small nominal fee for a no parking opportunity. If we were to simply, as was suggested earlier, create parking opportunities at some of those locations, I fear that they will simply fill up with vehicles from outside the town. And our residents will end up being completely and totally frustrated by that. So that's the rationale for my motions. And I have no problem with revisiting the size of our no parking zones. Some of them haven't even been enacted yet because there is no signage and no signage erected. And I wouldn't mind some of that reconsidered as well, but I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, Fred?
Yeah, just as a cleanup matter, John, there's no such thing as a Bruce Trail warden. So I think you should change the wording of two of your motions. There's Bruce Trail members, there's Bruce Trail workers. There are some positions like trail captains and land stewards, but there's no such position as a warden. Secondly, yeah, you've been inundated with calls. I have too in emails, and I've had a person, her name is Sandra Green, contact me. She's a hike leader for the Calumet Hills Bruce Trail Club. She does not live in Mono, but she leads people on hikes. And traditionally, one of the places she's parked is right in front of your house. And I guess the 25 side road, although I didn't check that with her. So I have a real problem with, if we're going to make these permits only available to Mono residents, I think there's something that just isn't fair about that. And well, quite frankly, I'll think about it before the motions aren't on the floor yet. I may not be able to support you, although I do like the thrust of all your notices of motion. I just have these little problems that may prevent me voting for them.
Madam Mayor, if I could respond. When the issue of no parking on the road allowance adjacent to my property came up, I declared an interest, and I continue to declare an interest on that. However, I think I can safely say I have never been troubled by Bruce Trail hikers using that road allowance. In fact, I mow it and I maintain it so that they can do so. I don't think stating that violates a decision on whether or not there should be a no parking zone there. I have my personal views on that, but I did not express them because I believe I have an interest in that outcome of that vote.
Okay, Mark?
I would also add that there are other Bruce Trail parking opportunities in and around Mono. So it's not like there aren't places where the Bruce Trail hikers can't park. But I happen to believe that, and I don't want to see them shut out of places where they're not causing any difficulty.
Okay, Mark?
Your Worship, through you, just to answer Councillor Nix's comments about M&R and the no parking around the park. That was not so much a request from the parks to put a no parking zone around the parks. It was part of a solution when all the parties were trying to deal with the intense visitation to the Mono Cliffs Provincial Park. If you recall, council kind of went halfway and put up some no parking zones, and that just pushed the no parking problems further up the road and down the road. And as part of that, I think council was also considering potential for no parking around the park, but the parks came to the table and said they would actually support council if you were to go to no parking, because it would allow for better control at the park and to assist in reducing the volume of people entering the park. So it was one location only. So I think their position was they would fully support council if they wanted to go with a no parking zone around the park and assist you in that. They did not formally say, please, Mono Council, shut down all parking around the park. I just wanted to clarify that so it didn't get lost.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that does clarify, because I had thought they had requested it, but.
Okay, so we will start through the motions then, John. So we have the first one is parking near Island Lake Family Park. Would you like to take us through this?
Sure. I think the setup is fairly self-evident here, and the suggestion is that we create a no parking towing zone, and I use the term towing here to emphasize the importance of this particular area on either side of the entrance to Island Lake Family Park. I left distance to be determined by council because I'm sure there's different opinions as to how big this should be, how expansive it should be. I think as important is signage, and I've suggested signage there, which restates what we are trying to get across, that there is no access to Island Lake Conservation Area, use Huron-Ontario Street entrance. In reality, if people want to get in, they will get in, but there's no harm in us saying this is not an access point that is recognized either by the CBC or ourselves. A warning that that the parking is for conservation. It's no parking for Island Lake Conservation Area users. Ticketing and towing will be strictly applied. Again, this is a message that we need to get across out there. And finally, parking lot for local residents only. And I think we can say this. And I think that anyone who doesn't abide by this runs the risk of getting a trespass warning letter. It's our parking lot, full stop, period. And the fact that the gate is locked at 8 o'clock, no exceptions. Again, we've heard harrowing stories about people who think they can park in there overnight or park in there until the early hours of the morning. And then the final thing is to get CBC to state on its website and through social media that there is no parking or access at or near Mono's Island Lake Family Park, and that vehicles parked there may be subject to ticketing, towing, or being locked in the parking lot after hours. That message would not be dissimilar to the message that they currently have on their website about people using the home hardware lot as a parking lot to enter the Island Lake across the road. And then the final suggestion is that we request an increase to the no parking in a community safety zone to $130. Our last request was processed very quickly, and I'm glad to see that it didn't take very long for the judge to make up his mind on that.
Okay, so I need someone to second the motion. Seconded by Martin. And Fred, did you have any comments?
Yeah, I can support this motion. I'd like to make two comments. One, John, I think for clarification, you say to create a no parking zone. Do you mean on both sides of the first line? Because I think that should be specified. Are we saying no parking on either side of the first line?
Yes, that's my intent.
Oh, okay.
What I left open was how far,
For argument's
sake, we go down to Mark Darby's property, and it could go that far.
Okay.
And the question is how far south.
Yeah, I don't have an answer as to how far, but I wanted to tell you the experience we had on the first line when we put no parking north of Cannings Falls. Mike's still online. I forget how far north it went. And we found people parking north of the no parking zone and walking, almost up to 1 kilometer to get down there. So I know Bob McCrae is still on listening in to this meeting. How do you know that by putting no parking along both sides of the first line so people can't get into the family park and the trail? How do we know then we don't start backing them up down Blue Heron? I don't know that we will. I'm just saying that's what I find difficult about saying how far these no parking zones should go.
Okay. John, did you want to respond?
Oh, I was just going to say we don't know until we do something, and it may or may not be successful on the first attempt, but I think we have to start somewhere and deal with a consequence, an unintended consequence if it occurs.
Okay. Sharon?
Yes, and this to follow John, this is a moving target. You know, I'm really sorry that staff has to keep juggling this all the time, but we don't know what's going to happen. We cannot anticipate what's going to happen in 2 weeks from now, or one. So I think we need to be flexible, and our responsibility is to Mono, to the people who live here, not to somebody who's driving from Oakville and wants to go kayaking at 7:30 when the gate closes at 8. So I think this is a good thing, and unfortunately, we may have to revisit it. Thank you.
Okay. So the motion is on the floor. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. Yes, Mark?
Just a reminder, the tenders for the Island Lake Family Park may be coming. I haven't talked to Kim this morning, are very close to being awarded and tendered and constructed. So that's going to be closing the park anyways. So just to throw that out there.
Okay. Yes, Fred?
So in the motion, it states that the distance that the no parking on first line would be determined by council. I heard the discussion about starting at the very north end by Mr. Darby's. I didn't quite catch where council, at least as a starting point for the First Amendment to the bylaw, where they wanted that to end.
Okay. John?
Somebody has kindly texted me while we were talking, suggesting up to Pine Glen. Now, is that beyond Blue Heron? I think it's the next street beyond Blue Heron.
Yes.
So that is the suggestion that's come in from the public. And it was my intention that it be both sides of the road.
Okay. So,
Sorry.
go ahead.
My other question was with regards to the signage at the parking lot at Island Lake Family Park. Enforcement is going to be problematic. I'm not sure exactly how we're going to enforce someone who parks there who isn't using the park or isn't a resident. That's so there are going to be issues that'll have to be sorted out in order to enforce that.
Yeah. Yes, John?
I think that with strong wording, we're going to tackle 3/4 of the problem here. And that may not be enough. I'm prepared to say that, again, that if the signage says no parking for Island Lake Conservation Area users, and for local residents only, somebody in there could arguably be issued with a trespass warning letter. I agree that enforcement is a difficult thing, but it's difficult everywhere. I mean, we don't enforce our speed limits 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on every road because we have limited resources, obviously. Likewise with a situation like this, but it doesn't mean that you don't put up speeding signs, and it doesn't mean that you don't put up warning signs with regard to no parking.
I just wanted to point out, just those terms, ticketing and towing will be strictly applied. Again, that may be difficult and there will be an expectation from residents. And I'm only just pointing that out. I'm not saying I have a solution. I'm just, there will be an expectation of enforcement that may not be able to be achieved. That's my only point.
Fred, if it simplifies matters, I'm prepared to simply end by saying no parking for Island Lake Conservation Area users, period. Ticketing and towing will be strictly applied. Let's take that out. Again, my argument that anyone parking in there who is not using our park, but is using Island Lake Conservation Area, arguably could be issued with a trespass notice letter. So if it helps, I'm happy to see that, and it shortens up the message as well.
Okay. Sharon, are you content with that amendment? Okay. All right. So is there any further discussion on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, then I'll ask, is anyone opposed to the motion? And so that is carried. Okay, John, on to the next one.
I don't have my screen open here. Can you find the next one?
So it's the one regarding except by permit.
Yes, so it spells out the concept of cutouts in the existing no parking areas except by permit. I'm suggesting that they be created at certain locations, and I've indicated those locations, but there might be others that we would be worth considering. I'm happy if Bruce Trail Wardens is amended to reflect Bruce Trail, I don't know, Fred, custodians. Would that work?
You'll notice in the resolution that I've prepared, I've changed it to Bruce Trail Volunteers. And that's on screen.
Okay, thank you. That works.
Yeah.
Yeah, that works for me. And then I'm suggesting minimum, shall we say, of 5 vehicles per location, and subject to the roads department giving us guidance on sightline shoulder stability and local resident sensibilities. And I think we'll only know about that when we hear about it. But I agree with those who think that, as an example, at the second line, right up by the entrance to the North York Board facility, that would be a location which could accommodate 5 cutouts for parking by permit only. So this is actually asking for a staff report on cutout recommendations between now and the next meeting, so that we can incorporate those into a bylaw if need be.
Okay. Fred, next.
Yeah, Fred Simpson, you've changed the Bruce Trail Volunteers in the one sentence, but just above the bullet points, you've still got Bruce Trail Wardens.
You're right. I think that I missed that on that one, but I think it's safe to say that you can infer that I'll change that to volunteers.
Thank you.
All right. So the motion is moved by Creelman. Could I have a seconder? Seconded by Nix. Any further discussion? Okay, I'll call for the vote. Is anyone opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Okay, John, on to the next one.
And this I presume is the one having to do with the permit process?
Right.
Okay. It dawned on me that the permit process could be as simple as it currently is to apply for a dog license or a fire permit. And that we have the platform in place within our website to do both, and that it could be extended to residents applying for a no parking or a permit for parking in these cutout areas. And then I take Fred's very helpful wording on the conditions. Permits issued upon request, limit of 2 for eligible, limit of 2 permits for 2 eligible vehicles per residence, proof of residence required, non-transferable, all the language that Fred used in his proposal with regard to Blue Heron. I think time is of the essence here in terms of getting this up and running. And again, the platform is there. We know how to do it. A magnificent job was done with regard to the rollout of the dog license. And I think that the same can be done with this.
Okay. And so John is moving the motion, and could I have a seconder? No seconder. Okay. So that means that the motion has failed.
Could I just explain something, Your Worship?
Sure.
I couldn't support this motion because of this residency requirement, but I would also point out to John that we've already issued, I think, 10 parking permits to the Deferred Highland Bruce Trail Club. And as far as I know, none of their volunteers or maintenance workers actually live in Mono. So we've already issued permits to non-Mono residents. And going back to what I said earlier, I know one of the hike leaders in the Callan Hills Bruce Trail Club still wants to park up in this area with 5, 6, 7, I don't know how many cars she gets to lead hikes, and she would not be eligible for a permit. Anyway, I just put that explanation out there as to why I couldn't second the motion.
Okay. So.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
I know there's no motion on the floor. I would point out that my practice is to second motions even if I disagree with them, so that we can at least have a debate and a discussion. And I thank Fred for his clarification. I would just make this observation, and that is absent a permit process of some sort, there's no point in proceeding with creation of no parking except by permit cutouts. And the final point I'd make is that providing the Bruce Trail folk with get out of jail pieces of paper that they can put on their windshield and avoid parking tickets has no legitimacy unless it's backed up with some approach that deals with no parking except by permit, a scheme passed by council. So I sympathize with the Bruce Trail people getting permission, and this contemplates that. But I don't see I do not see how. And frankly, somebody who gets a parking ticket and then goes to court and talks about how the Bruce Trail people have a piece of paper they put in their car windshield would not impress the justice.
Your worship, I agree with John that we should have seconded the motion, so at least we could put it on the floor and talk about it. I apologize for that, John. I guess it's too late to do that now, but.
Okay.
If somebody can come up with something better and simpler than a $25 permit that would be issued, then by all means, but we need to do something to legitimize what we're currently doing with the Bruce Trail people. And we need to address the demand by our residents to be able to park their cars and go for hikes.
Okay. So the Blue Heron Drive motion, John?
Okay, this comes about as a result of the very vigorous debate we're seeing with regard to whether there is a parking problem down on Blue Heron in proximity to the emergency entrance into the CDC, or whether it is exaggerated. I think the far simpler approach is an improvement to the gate that is there, with the addition of, and that's the gate for vehicles, with the addition of the gate beside it, with a keypad or punch combination that our residents would have access to, so that they could continue to use the CBC in the way which was intended when the three-party agreement was arrived at. I think this is far simpler than declaring areas no parking where there may not even be a parking issue. And I think even the people who want no parking would have to agree that if we can close up this or control this access to the CVC, the problem goes away.
Okay. Fred?
Yeah, I'd second that motion and I'd like to speak to it.
Okay, so moved by Creelman and seconded by Nix. So
Yeah, I like the idea, but I think we have two residents of Blue Heron that are still listening. I'd like to hear from them as to what they think of this, as opposed, Glenn White, to that whole thing we discussed last winter about creating new parking zones with permits. Is this idea of putting a keypad lock on the entranceway, is this a better idea? My suspicion is that this is a better idea, but I'd like to hear from you two.
Thank you. Yeah, so I've read the motion that John put forward, and the only thing that I wanted to highlight really is the signage in front of this area. It's not the access that caused me to start my petition. It was the folks who came in and used Blue Heron Drive as a parking lot. So the access should be there, of course. It's a walk-in entrance. So if you want to better the control and management of that access, I am 100% on board, all for it. But the real issue is the use of Blue Heron Drive as a parking lot. It's a residential road at a cul-de-sac area. 5, 6 homes here that experience a lot of negative from the drive-in traffic. These could be local residents from Orangeville or from a neighboring subdivision. It could even be people from within the Island Lake community. However, they're driving in every day. Right now, as we speak, there's a minivan who pulled in, and they're using Blue Heron Drive as a parking lot for CDC access. So control and management of the access, yeah, 100% on board. But does it solve, without adequate signage, does it solve the parking lot issue?
Okay, Fred?
If I could just point out, Glenn, in a technical sense, we have amended the no parking bylaw already to basically include a no parking zone on both sides of Blue Heron down where you live. So unless we rescind that, well, it's on the books. We haven't put the signs up yet. So if we don't rescind it, there's going to be two things that happen. One, you're going to have no parking on both sides of the street down past where you live, and we're going to have a keypad entrance to the walkway.
Okay.
Yeah, does John want to?
Yes, John?
Comment?
Madam Mayor, I point out that the original motion declaring Blue Heron no parking had as a condition that it does not take effect until the signage is installed. So I take the position that we don't have to repeal that motion unless and until we see that the keypad approach is going to work. I'd also point out that part of my motion asks that the CDC to sign this emergency entrance as, quote, controlled access only, please use Hurontario Street entrance. The current sign says emergency exit only, do not park in roadway at any time. So it's not a very helpful message from the standpoint of discouraging people from entering the CDC at this location.
Can I make a comment, please? Since
Yes.
Thank you. I sent the letter yesterday, and I support John's motion completely. And the simple thing is that you put a sign right at the sidewalk of that entrance, which is the Mono Town right of way. You put a sign there letting people know this is not an entrance to the CVC. Use the legal entrances, and in that way, somebody that drives up from Toronto in their minivan gets the message right at Blue Heron and that entrance, and they'll turn around and go somewhere else. And with the keypad in place, if they're stupid enough to stop and get out, they're quickly going to find out that they can't get in.
Sharon?
Yes, I'm all for this. And the only thing that I see is I would like to see the gate moved right up to instead of, it's pretty far back in there. So there may be people walking in there and find the keypad, end up, being really annoyed. If it's right there, if the gate is right at the edge of the property, I think that would make a difference. And I think that having the keypad is going to solve the parking problem. And which is a good thing, because I think enforcing no parking, I'm not really sure how, we have so much of it, I'm not sure how it's going to happen in Mono, that people are going to be fined for parking in the wrong place when we don't have staff to do that all the time. We'd need a parking attendant or a no parking attendant out there all the time. I like the idea of the keypad. The neighbors will have that ability to enter from there, which is fine with me, but I'd like to see the gate moved as well. Thanks.
Okay. So we have the motion on the floor. Is there anything further on the motion? Okay, I'll ask for the vote. Is anyone opposed to the motion? Seeing none, then that is
Madam Mayor,
yes.
Madam Mayor, if I could, just before we finalize the call, this does ask that staff report back to council on the result of consultations with the CVC and reaction of local residents, and next steps if the gate is to be installed. So there is an expectation at the next meeting we'll find out what the CVC says about a controlled access and signage, and we'll be able to assess local residents' reaction to the concept as well.
Okay, so calling for the vote. Is anyone opposed to the motion? Seeing none, that's carried. Okay, thank you, John, for those. And now we'll move on to correspondence, new business, and any bylaws. So the first item is budget.
Your Worship, just before you leave that, I did have my hand up earlier. The costs, the additional costs for the fencing out to the roadway and the redoing the gate and the passcodes and all of that, do you want that included in the report coming back to you so you are fully aware of the costs that you are looking at?
Yeah, I think that that's reasonable.
It's been ignored, so.
Yeah. Not seeing anybody in opposition to bringing that forward, so thank you, Mark. So if we're, yes, Mike?
Just one other thing to add. How are you expecting to receive the reaction of local residents from staff? Is that a mail out to the original homes that were included inside of the no parking area? And also Public Works would like some direction on the no parking signs.
Okay. Any response to Mike then? Yes, Fred?
Yeah, on the issue of the no parking signs, even though we've amended our bylaw, I mean, I agree with John. They don't take effect until we put the signs up. So let's just wait for a while and see whether this padlock, if it works, if it solves the problem. And Glenn White, you can be our eyes on the ground on this. Let's give it at least the summer, or I don't know, into the fall to see how it works before we put any no parking signs. On Mike's first question, what was it, Mike? Oh, contact with the residents. Do we have to talk to everyone on Blue Heron, or just the ones that signed Glenn's petition?
I'm just reacting on a strongly worded letter that council received and whether they should enact a process to avoid that type of reaction again.
Well, okay, Bob McCrae, would you be offended if we just went and talked to the people who signed the original petition?
Absolutely. And that's just why I've turned my camera and mic back on, because as I've said in my strongly worded letter, the no parking zone affects a lot more people than the people that are just up in the cul-de-sac. In fact, at 23 Blue Heron where I live, I always tell people I'm the first house in the cul-de-sac because I'm just past Headwaters lane there. So this, as I said in my letter, what you've done affects more than just the people in that short stretch in the cul-de-sac in Blue Heron. So you've got to talk to more people. There are more people affected, including myself, my neighbor across the street here, Richard Walker, who sent you a letter. So yeah, I'd be really offended. As you can tell, I'm passionate about this. So you got to talk to more people.
Okay, Mike, I guess then your instructions are, we have to talk to everyone in Island Lake subdivision.
So town council has access to our water bill, which could be dedicated for Fieldstone, Island Lake Phase 1 and 2. That's your core area. I don't think you need to get into Cardinal Woods and stuff, but I don't know. I would leave that with council.
Do we have to talk to the people in Fieldstone?
There's a good potential that they're the ones parking there.
Well, they've got their own walking path behind their subdivision, and they've got the entrance to Island Lake Family Park down on First Line. I mean, if they want to use that as an entrance to the Vicky Barron Trail, they could, and there's parking spots there. I don't know, John. Do we have to go that far?
John?
My view is keep it simple. At a minimum, the residents of Blue Heron, which is where the problem is going to, if the problem exists, it's going to be pushed down Blue Heron in the first instance. It might be pushed onto other adjacent streets, but I think Blue Heron is the greatest concern because that's where it theoretically could be relocated. Just to Mike's concern about signage, the motion does say that it does put a hold on the installation of the signage pending consultation with the CDC and others about installation of controlled access to this location. So I think while the motion doesn't rescind the no parking bylaw, it's basically declaring a timeout.
Can I make a friendly suggestion? John said Blue Heron. Do Blue Heron and part of Headwaters Lane. And then I think you've got it covered, the distance that anybody would park and walk into that entrance. Just a suggestion.
Okay, so we need to give direction. So what is our direction?
Well, I can go with what Bob McCray just said. In fact, if it helps at all, Mike, I don't know who's going to make up this letter. I would volunteer to go down there some evening and do a hand distribution of the letter to everyone on Blue Heron and Island Lake Lane, because I know I've had a phone call from that, can't remember his name, but he feels he's affected too. I'll go distribute the letters if Mike, you can make it up.
Fred, I'll help you with that. You and I can do it.
Can you walk as fast as I do?
You betcha.
All right, then. So, Mark?
No, I was just awaiting direction.
Okay. So, so in terms of formulating the letter, who is going to draft the letter?
Well, John and I could. John, we can.
It's
Very simple.
my motion. I don't mind rephrasing it as a letter to the residents that we have this alternative idea, and we're looking for their input.
Okay. All right, so we'll leave it up to you and Fred to collaborate, and then Fred and Bob are going to go for a walk. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your volunteer activities.
To get a beer afterwards.
Yes, Glenn.
Yeah, sorry, I won't keep you. Just wanted to provide a little context on why I delineated the area as I did. It was arbitrary at the time. There's 6 houses here that are impacted every day, and I didn't want the situation to be, not in our backyard, just push the problem down the street. So for any context, for Bob's context, for Richard, who was mentioned, I already talked to, it really was an arbitrary. I saw the river and I'm like, that's a good spot. No one's going to walk. But it's up to you. It's up to the community to decide the extent of what I was looking for. And I just wanted to provide that context. There was nothing other than, I think this is a good enough area. And that's perhaps why we had a caller earlier who's on the street who perhaps had a different opinion, and he's not impacted. But just wanted to provide that context.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, so if we've got that clarified, then we'll move on to item 1 under new business. The budget amendment to the fleet fuel system and tank replacement. Les has provided us with the memo on this, and is there any questions of Les? And seeing none, then we have a motion that council makes a budget amendment by authorizing the treasurer to utilize the unused modernization and efficiency grant to finance the difference in the cost of fleet fuel system and tank replacement project. Could I have a mover? Moved by Martin and seconded by Nix. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask, is anyone opposed to the motion? So that is carried. Thank you, Les.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then on to item 2, the Public Works purchase approval. And that report was circulated yesterday. So, Mr. Dunmore, did you have anything else to add?
No, Your Worship, unless council has any questions with respect to this, I'm good with the content of the letter.
Okay. Fred?
This is the $5,000 purchase of the black cat thing. I just wanted to ask, where is that going to come? Isn't that what we're on to?
No, we're on to the item 2 under new business, Public Works purchase approval for the Tandem Plough.
Oh, I jumped it.
And then that report was sent out separately after the agenda was published.
Yeah, I jumped ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. And so, if there's any questions of this report, so I have a motion that council for the town of Mono approve the immediate purchase of 2022 International HV 613 snowplow tandem truck from Winslow Gerald Lamy Motors Limited of Peterborough, Ontario, for the purchase price of $292,531.01 HST inclusive. Could I have a mover? Moved by Martin and seconded by Nix. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask if anyone is opposed. Seeing none, that's carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. And on to the Police Service Board resolution of advice regarding a radar traffic monitor. So the motion, so the Police Services Board has sent this through via the chair, Mike Walker. And you had a question on this, Fred?
Just a minute, I found the button. I was going to ask, where is this going to come out of the budget? And procedurally, shouldn't we really, I'm all for this if the Police Services Board thinks we should buy one of these things, but then shouldn't this be an item that we put in the next 2022 budget?
Okay. John?
I think at a minimum, it should go into the forthcoming budget. I wish we had a pot of money somewhere where we could do it sooner rather than later. We feel very strongly that this sophisticated technology is required and assists most importantly, assists the OPP in deploying resources to problem areas. We currently have speed measuring and vehicle counting devices, but they're not as sophisticated as the Black Hat technology. So to be clear, the idea is that we would purchase this for the use of the OPP to deploy as they see fit.
Yeah, but just to be clear, by voting for this motion, all we're saying is, yes, let's purchase one. So Les will make an allowance for this in the 2022 budget.
At a minimum, as I say, if there's some other pot of money that we haven't thought of, I'd love to see it purchased prior to that, but at a minimum, it should go into our budget for next year.
Well, then maybe we have to ask Les, is there, when we get to where we stand on our budget on Schedule A, we're already over budget on expenses already this year, and we're only halfway through the year. So Les, is there some pot of money that I'm not aware of where we find $5,000?
Yes, Councillor Nix. If you refer to the police budget in your final budget, page 10, there is a line 1259, community policing, director patrols and enhancement. There's a $10,000 budget item there that has not been fully utilized yet this year. And if the cost is, as it's mentioned in the memo, less than $5,000, we can accommodate it this year. If council wants to go with it this year.
That's fine.
Okay, so we have a motion that council receive the Black Cat speed measuring device report from the Police Services Board dated July 1st, 2021, and that council approves the purchase of a Black Cat speed measuring device for use by the Ontario Provincial Police, Deferred attachment, to assist in measurement of speed in trouble areas within Mono and to help determine enforcement priorities. And could I have a mover? Moved by Creelman and seconded by Martin. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? Oh, sorry.
Do we get a coffee break?
Well, we have to pass this motion first.
All right, if I vote for this
Okay.
motion, do we get a coffee
All
break?
right. Anyone is opposed to the motion on the floor? Seeing none, that's carried.
Just for a clarification, Madam Mayor, so council just approved the go-ahead, so when the expense comes in, it's good for 2021.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if that's all right with Eugene, that we're going to have a 10 minutes and we'll come back. Fair enough? Okay, so we'll take a 10-minute break.
No problems with me. You guys are doing the work.
Okay, thanks, Eugene.
All right, we're back live.
Okay, thank you very much, Andrew. So as the agenda listed that we would be going in camera at 11 a.m. and now we are at 11:19. I need a motion to go in camera. Let council move into a closed meeting pursuant to section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended at 11:20 a.m. for matters of litigation or potential litigation, 239 bracket 2 bracket E. Could I have a mover? Moved by Nix and seconded by Martin. And we are all in favor, so that's carried. Okay, so thank you very much, Eugene,
Aye.
And we're back live.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion that we rise from in-camera session at 12:57 p.m. and direct staff to continue enforcement proceedings as accordingly or as directed or specifically the two properties listed. Yes, Fred?
John says
Specifically break it into two resolutions, one with the rising resolution and a separate one listing. If we're going to list the properties, then we list those two properties specifically.
Okay, so we're going to rise from in-camera session at 12:57 p.m. And could I have a mover? Moved by Krillman, second by Martin. And that's carried. And then,
If I may, this is what I would recommend. That we direct staff to investigate and proceed with laying charges as warranted against the owners of 1, 207, 353 Highway 9, and number 2, 633, 187 Highway 10 for violations of the town site alteration and placement of fill bylaw.
okay, so could I have a mover, please? Moved by Martin, seconded by Nix. Any further discussion? Anyone opposed? Okay, that carries. Thanks, Fred. Okay, so now we have a certain amount to get through yet for our agenda. So we're back to number 4 of new business, reforms to the POA. And this was received through, and so we have a motion that the Attorney General of Ontario be urgently requested to halt the proclamation of the early resolution reforms included in Bill 177, Stronger, Fairer Ontario Act, and that the proclamation of the remainder of the Bill 177, Stronger, Fairer Ontario Act reforms be supported, and that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the Honorable Doug Downey, Attorney General of Ontario, and the Deferred POA Board. Could I have a mover? Moved by Krillman, seconded by Nix. Any discussion?
Yes.
Yep.
There's a slight error in the motion.
Okay.
The use of the word reform is incorrect. It's not a reform. Anyways, no, I'm not asking that we amend it or anything like that. It is absolutely catastrophically bad. But I'm
Okay.
happy to see the motion go forward.
Okay, all right. And so if there's no further discussion, I'll ask if anyone is opposed. Okay, so that carries. And then number 5 is your motion, John.
Yes, this is a motion that addresses the issue of sort of information is provided to potential purchasers and renters of land in Mono. I call it the welcome wagon initiative, inasmuch as we've all heard the story time and time again that the realtor or my real estate lawyer didn't tell me that I couldn't do this or that, or didn't really give me the right directions. And I wasn't aware that these things were not going to be well received in moving into the town of Mono. Everybody has the right to apply for anything they want to do. Doesn't necessarily mean they get permission to do it. But I think we have to be more proactive in terms of sending a signal with regard to our zoning, with regard to various aspects that they will face as property owners in particular once they acquire property in Mono. I particularly want to see the realty industry on the hook here, because we hear time and time again that they have not been terribly forthcoming in terms of what is possible on a particular piece of land. We hear that the land is sold, and all of a sudden we're facing a situation where neighbors are upset, we're upset. And I think we can do a far better job of communicating what our rules and what our bylaws are. So my suggestion is to form a small working group consisting of staff representation, a council member, I happily volunteer, and a realtor representation to create a guide to be posted online that will assist those buying Mono properties, as well as their representatives, lawyers and realtors, in understanding in general terms our bylaws and policies, especially those governing lands.
Okay, Mark?
Deputy Mayor, are you aware of our FAQ page now? Because it deals with a lot of that. We went through all of our bylaws. We went through all of the responses that we generally get from ratepayers when they do move in, and they are asking questions for us. So I'm just asking whether you're aware of it. I could tell you what's there, because it is quite detailed when it gets into accessory buildings and ponds and virtually what we get asked all the time on a primary basis. So
I have to confess that I'm not aware of it. This was an impulse reaction to some of the situations that have been arising of late. I'm happy to look at it, but I still think that a working group should be constituted to consider whether or not what we have is adequate and how we disseminate it.
Okay. David?
Yeah, notwithstanding the comment Mark just made, it is information there, but yeah, sometimes realtors, busy days, if they haven't always been, miss that, don't bother to look at it. There's a pretty high test for due diligence. I've experienced that myself. I know where the test is for disclosure. You know, things such as zoning or conservation areas are all part of that. And yet we, unfortunately, Susan and I continually get requests for hand-holding on pretty simple matters that are all online, both in terms of OP and zoning information. So we do our best, honestly, to try and get realtors and their teams to, you know, use their collective staff to look at what we've got online first. And if then there are issues, you know, by all means, give us a ring, right? But time and time again, we find ourselves literally as part of the realty team, if you will, doing a lot of their legwork, and it can be onerous. It really is. I'm not against a working group. I see some merit maybe in it. I would love to get to some of the brokerages and have the information on high parlayed to all of the realtors. There definitely needs to be a better connection for the vendor realtor to understand their need for due diligence. You need only start with your own client and dig a bit to get some information. They need to provide better hot sheet information for prospective realtors and their buyers, realtors and their prospective buyers. So we get 10, 11, 12 calls sometimes on a property, and it's like a recording. And I have to get to the brokerage and say, look, you need to do a better job of outlining what this property can and cannot have. My only other comment, if I humbly ask Deputy Mayor Creelman, is that September could be pretty darn tight. And I think we might need a bit of, it's not a hard thing to do, I don't think, but we might need more time. I'm thinking maybe end of October to bring back a guide. It won't be difficult, but in terms of volume of work, that may be a bit tricky in terms of end of September. That would be my only request.
Happy to amend it to end of October.
Okay, Sharon?
Oh, just to follow up that any way that we can disseminate the information that we have, even people aren't digging for it, any way we can get that out there, I think that's a great idea I hear it all the time. I didn't know I couldn't. I didn't know that. All the time, people are doing things that they have no business doing, but they don't know. So I think it's probably a good idea to put a group together. It probably doesn't have to be long term. Seems to me once you get it to the important people, the real estate people, that once you get it to those people, that should help the situation a great deal.
Okay, so you have the motion in front of you. So it's moved by John. Could I have a seconder? Seconded by Sharon. Any further discussion with the amendment to the end of October for the report to come back?
Sure.
Okay, so we'll call for the vote. Is anyone opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Okay, number 6. Zoning bylaw amendment, 3 large residential homes. So, David, you've provided us with your report. Is there any questions of the report? Yes, John? Oh, you're on mute.
Can't hear you.
Sorry. Sorry about that. Going forward, I wonder whether there is an approach that we could take that would make this not dissimilar to what we now do with applications for, as an example, accessory structures in excess of the square footage that we recently amended. In other words, it becomes a minor variance like application. In other words, we set a square footage, and if somebody comes in and wants to build a home larger than that square footage, it becomes essentially a minor variance and goes through hopefully a really simple process of establishing appropriate setbacks, as well as such things as landscaping and other considerations. I don't want this to be complicated, and I don't want it to be a detriment to people building homes of whatever size they want. But I think we have to acknowledge that homes of a size larger than, and again, I left that open because I thought that maybe that could be the discussion of some, it could be a discussion for the planning committee, and maybe following this report. I don't think that it should be a detriment, again, to construction of homes of whatever size, but I think that there's a sense that larger homes have a bigger impact depending on how they are built, how they are sited, and whether there are any mitigating efforts made in terms of landscaping and so forth. So I just throw that out there.
Okay. And Mark, you've got your mic
I think
on?
David was going to answer.
Okay.
Well, I mean, sorry, to Deputy Mayor Crillin's point, again, it's not this hard. It can just be a bit tricky. So if we take the approach of a zoning bylaw, general amendment to the bylaw, such that a house over such and such a square footage, or max out as such a square footage, and that would trigger minor variance for those who wish a house larger than. And I guess as part of any approval by committee of adjustment, one condition could be like a development agreement that would also deal with site plan related matters. That'd be one approach. We could also put some policy into section 15 of the OP I'm just trying to be mindful of not creating a flurry of minor variance applications as well. So there's a bit of a balancing act there. Just by way of reference, a certain house that was discussed just only half an hour ago in the south part of Mono, that's about an 8,000 foot home. And that's a trigger. If that's a trigger at all, then that's, you know, something between 5 or north of 5. I don't know. It's up to council to decide that matter. But I'm just saying that's, if you need some bit of context, there's one example. Hope I haven't said too much.
And I think that's a relatively simple fix in terms of bringing forward a bylaw amendment if there is a square footage that council is actually looking at.
Don't get me wrong, I didn't want to see a complex process applied to every structure built in Mono. I think there has to be you know, whether it's 8,000 or 10,000 square feet, it's anything over that I think, you know, sort of calls out for a slightly different process than a municipal approval that results in a building permit being issued. So that's my intent here. That's interesting that you say that the poster child is 8,000 square feet. I would have thought it was larger than that, to be honest with you.
Sharon?
Does
741 square meters.
well, so the size of the lot and the size of the house. What do you think about that, John? The size of the house and the size of the lot.
Well, Dave, correct me, but I think some of that is already taken care of in our policies.
Under section 20, yeah, under section 22, there's a reference to lot coverage. We may want to look at that. My report alluded to that, by the way.
Yes.
So, yeah, there's a scale-ish matter here of size relative to lot area, but I guess even notwithstanding on a 100-acre lot, if someone had a 15,000 house proposal, only set back the minimum distance from the front road, that may still be rather imposing. And again, you know, there's architectural context here. You know, if it were to happen, you could have 9 out of 10 people say it's only 40 feet back from the road, but what a marvelous style. And then in another case, it's an eyesore. So, I mean, how does it, well, that can be partly solved through greater setback requirements for sure. Whether you like the style or not.
My thought would be that the greater setback might apply more rigorously to the larger home than to the smaller home. And again, I come back to the notion of the 100 acres, but somebody decides to build a 20,000 square foot house at the top of the hill on the 100 acres and doesn't choose to landscape, okay, in the extreme. And that's, I think, concerning to a lot of people. But again, I come back to the notion of this being akin to a minor variance. And if we set the square footage right, I don't think we're going to be hit by a flood of applications. I'm not worried about that.
Okay. Fred, did you have your hand up?
Well, I'm not opposed to this idea. I just want to understand something, that whatever the square footage, let's say it's 8,000 or whatever, then at that point, John, what we're saying is the town would have site plan control over that structure, and that would mean the setback, the landscaping. Does it give control over the architecture? Like, I don't know, or the paint, the color of the paint, or does site plan control give us some control over the number of parking spots or the length of the driveway or anything like that? Like what exactly does site plan control other than setbacks and maybe landscaping? What else does it give us power to regulate?
Massing, lighting. landscaping.
I said landscaping and setbacks, lighting. So if they wanted
Freighting,
to,
freighting,
if they-
servicing. We could
Okay.
apply architectural control if it were in our policy.
I'm just wondering, like, how far, I mean, I understand why maybe if we have very large houses, we want to have a bigger setback. I understand that part. But beyond that, I'm
Mark?
The way the process would work, Councillor Nix, is that once you set it in your bylaw that it was, say, let's just use a round number, 5,000 square feet, that any homeowner, any home proposed over 5,000 square feet would require a minor variance application to the Committee of Adjustment. So at that point in time, the Committee of Adjustment could say yay or nay. If it was a 8,000 square foot home in the middle of a forested 100 acres, you know, no one's going to care, and you just approve the application and allow the house to go through. If it was going to be sitting on a pinnacle of land or up close to the road, then you'd probably be looking at the committee placing conditions on the approval of that minor variance, which may include a development agreement. So if lighting was an issue of the neighbors, or if setback was an issue of the neighbors, then we'd have to have a development agreement that would go along with the development. But it doesn't necessarily mean that all homes over 5,000 square feet going through the minor variance process would have this process attached to it.
okay. So the committee reviewing the development, they would take into account comments from the neighbors, and presumably, I mean, they wouldn't sit there by themselves and just say, well, we don't like the idea of large houses on top of hills. I mean, there'd have to be some neighbor comments that would say, hey, this is going to be an eyesore, okay, that would drive them to sort of say, okay, you're going to have to do landscaping, or you can't have this type of lighting, or something, right?
Yeah, you are kind of relying on your Committee of Adjustment in that regard, but you do also have policies in your official plan now that deal with, you know, with new lots that are being created, that there be screening and topography in effect. And that may just be, you know, we could tweak that part of the official plan to say that not just new lots, but also large homes over X square feet. Right, so you are giving guidelines to the committee through your official plan. Just trying to make things relatively easy without getting into developing site plan control guidelines that'll be applicable to every homeowner in the municipality when they come in to apply for a residential building.
All right, I guess I understand.
Okay, so we do have a prepared resolution for consideration. That council received the large houses on rural lots report from the Director of Planning dated July 20th, 2021, and that the matter be referred to the Planning, Environment, and Natural Heritage Committee to consider and recommend changes to the town's official plan and/or zoning bylaw with respect to large residential homes, and that the committee provide a written report to council on their findings, including justification for any changes to town's official plan and/or zoning bylaw that they recommend. Yes, Mark.
I'm wondering, and so I know was Dave's recommendation, but based on what the discussions we've had the last couple of days, I'm wondering if that should just say that a draft zoning bylaw and official plan amendment be brought to council. And then that could then go through to planning committee. It would save reviewing a lot of extraneous information that council may not be interested in seeing on a development approval.
Okay. So on that vein, would anyone be prepared to move that motion? Moved by John and seconded by Sharon? And so Fred Simpson, did you get that?
And so I just edited, Your Worship, the last phrase of that resolution to state, and that the committee provide a recommended draft zoning bylaw amendment.
It would be coming from staff before it goes to planning committee.
So that the committee consider a draft zoning bylaw amendment provided.
Fred, I don't think you want you don't need the committee in there. It would just be that staff bring back to council a draft official plan and zoning amendment to deal with the issues as discussed.
Okay, there we go. Zoning draft zoning bylaw and OP amendment. Okay.
To address the issues as discussed. And then if council is okay with that, our standard procedure would be to have a draft OP and zoning go through the planning committee process.
Okay, John?
So the committee does have an opportunity to comment.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so you got that, Fred, then?
I do, Your Worship.
Okie dokie, so that was moved by Creelman, second by Martin. Any further discussion? Anyone opposed to the motion? Okay, so that carries. Now, the clerk has brought it to my attention that should we be requesting an extension of the curfew, because I do believe we have a curfew for 1 p.m. Is that correct, Fred?
The procedure bylaw says if council wants to carry on by past 1 p.m., then a motion should be made. It doesn't need to be seconded, and then voted upon to extend past 1 p.m. It's 1:24 now, so council may want to consider that. It just takes one councillor to make that motion.
Sharon?
I'll make that motion.
Okay. So, and is there any, like, is it for an extension for half an hour or an hour, or just extend?
And unless someone wants to put that limitation on, it's just a motion to extend the meeting past 1 p.m.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So I'm going to ask for who is in favor?
Do we get a seconder? Or
You don't need one.
oh, that's right. You said didn't we need one?
Okay.
Okay.
So who's in favor of extension? Okay, appears that we are continuing on. Okay, so now we come to Schedule A. Fred, Nix, do you have any concerns on Schedule A?
Yeah, I have 3 items. I'm sorry. I know you're all tired. The first one is item number 2. That's the letter that Mark wrote on conservation authorities. Very nice letter. The writing could be a bit tighter, but it's pretty good. I'd like to elaborate on some of the points Mark makes. Mark noted that it would be very difficult for a small municipality such as Mono to negotiate 3 of these agreements on non-mandatory services. I mean, that's a pretty big task, and I agree. He in his letter, Mark says he assumes that we'll have to talk to all the municipalities in the NVCA, all the municipalities in the Credit Valley, and all the municipalities in TRCA, so that we all get our act together and I guess get some common MOUs. I'm going to suggest, Mark, that I don't think we have to talk to all those other municipalities. In fact, what worries me is the exact opposite, that the development of these MOUs is going to lead to some disagreements among the various municipalities, and we're not going to reach common agreement on what non-mandatory services we want. And in fact, I'll make a prediction that this process is going to lead to some bun fights. I should maybe preface this, Mark and Council, with the, I have talked to two of the CAOs of our 3 conservation authorities over the last week or two. Very good conversations, by the way. I almost hesitated in phoning one of them because I thought, boy, but I could hardly get her off the phone because she went on and on and on and on about this. So let me just give 2 examples of where I think there may be difficulties. We may have some urban municipalities that say, oh, tree planting, that's a non-mandatory service. Why should we pay the NVCA to cover some of their overheads on their tree planting department? We don't have any forests here, which then is going to leave municipalities like ours. Either we're going to have to foot a larger bill to keep that program going, and when we plant trees, we're actually helping those urban municipalities. But that's just an example. I'm not predicting that will happen. Another good one is something like outdoor education. Like right now, our levy to the NVCA helps cover the overheads of their outdoor education program, although it is a fee-for-service basis, and the fees they get from the Department of Education covers a lot of the costs. We still cover some of the overheads. Well, here's something that may come up with our residents. We don't send any children to that program. Why should we be paying for it? Don't answer these questions now. I'm just laying out what I see are possible problems. My second concern, and Mark partly raises this in his letter, is that, as I understand it, these negotiations are going to take place during an election year because the conservation authorities have to, by the end of this year, have a list of their non-mandatory services, an inventory. And then, so presumably once that inventory is out there, we can look at say, yes, we want this, we want that, we don't want this, or whatever. And I guess that occurs during 2022. But every one of our decisions in terms of what non-mandatory services we want is going to have a price tag attached to it. And it occurs to me, we may be in an awkward position. Let's say it's a year from now, summer of 2022, and we're negotiating agreements that'll come into effect in 2023, and it'll be a new council then. How can we negotiate some future cost for a future budget? My third concern about this, and this is not mentioned in Mark's letter, is this idea that we're going to have these community advisory boards. So let's think this out. We're going to have conservation authorities where the board of directors are people appointed by the municipality. And now we're going to have a community advisory board doing what? Looking over the board of directors' shoulder? It would be kind of like, you know, if we need advisory boards for conservation authorities, maybe we should appoint an advisory board to the Shelburne District Fire Board, so that we can have it, or the community center in Shelburne. I don't really understand. All right, enough said. That's item number 2. I know I'm going on too long. Item number 11, which is the TRCA report, and Mark, I'll get the words wrong here, but because I can't find the right page here. There's a chart in their report that says they have talked to Mono. It's attachment number 1. And they've sent us a draft MOU, it's a sort of a template, and an SLA. And I'm embarrassed to admit SLA service, whatever it stands for. Well, I emailed Mark yesterday. We've never received these documents, so I mean, this may not be too important, except what I was curious about is the regulations haven't even come out yet, but TRCA is way ahead of any other conservation authority, and they've already come up with a template MOU. I don't know how they could do that. In any case, I'm curious about that. And Mark, if it's okay with you, I'll write the CAO of the TRCA and ask them where these documents are. My last one is item number 19, the Ombudsman's report, which I confess, I tried to read it. I didn't get through it all. But on page 81 of that report, the Ombudsman says there was 2 cases referred to him that involved the town of Mono last year. And I'm curious, Mark, any information on what those cases were?
No,
That's
we
all
don't. We are only approached by the Ombudsman's office in a general sense to see what is in place at the municipality Obviously, and there was no investigations undertaken with these two inquiries at the Ombudsman's office, and there was no investigation made. So they do not tell us anything as to who, what, why, and where. Well, they do tell us why, but not the rest.
I was just, so we don't even know ballpark what the nature of the complaint was, what we did that offended somebody. Okay.
No, we can guess, but
That finishes me, Your Worship.
Okay. Sharon, do you have anything?
No, I don't.
Okay. John, do you have anything?
Just the item having to do with nominate a frontline worker to win a chicken donation and dinner from the chicken farmers of Ontario. And I reached out to Tom Reed, and I'm getting some assistance here. Anyways, he had a name of a dietary aide at the Shelburne Long-Term Care Home and Retirement Community. And I don't know whether this is a Mono resident or not, but he speaks very highly of her and thinks that she would be a perfect candidate.
Okay. So you want to forward that information then through to Fred Simpson so that that can be done?
I will indeed. Thank you.
Okay. So if there's nothing further, we have a motion that we accept Schedule A to this agenda. And so could I have a mover? Nix, and seconded by Martin. Anyone opposed? It's carried. And so now we're on to reports of staff and council. So in the essence of time, if there's anything from our department heads that you'd like to make us aware of, that would be great. Yes, Mark?
Your Worship, just one thing. September 1st is the date that's been set for mediation for the Violet Hill garage.
Okay, thank you for providing that. Anything else? Yes, David?
Just quickly, we do have a committee of adjustment meeting July 29th. The hotel application as deferred the 30th of June is coming back, as well as 2 minor variance applications. And we're probably going to try and get the proposed wedding venue on Highway 9 through to a planned committee meeting on tentatively August 19th. That will be confirmed. I just also want to advise council that the owner of Dufferin, it's been a long meeting, Dufferin Golf Club and Range on Second Line has actually submitted an application for a building permit for a 40 by 100 foot storage shed or building on the property that was in fact cited per the 2005 site plan agreement. So I've cross-referenced to those plans, and it indeed is going where it was supposed to have gone a few years ago, I suppose. I just want to let council know that. And the setbacks are confirmed as compliant, and it will be in terms of compliance with that agreement back in 2005. I'll just be waiting, hopefully, the site plan agreement for the microbrew with our good solicitor. I know he's busy. And I know the applicants are anxious to see that. So that will be coming back as soon as possible. Mr. Gamage is aware of that. And then we did have dealings with Rosemont Fire in terms of a training apparatus on the property that I believe has been put underway for the grant they've requested. I believe they got the grant. So they have their zoning information for that. We do also have a pre-consultation just commenced on a property on Highway 89. It's an industrial property for proposed cannabis operation. It's early days. And we will also be circulating to the federal agency. Just no secrets on the website under active plan applications at 508-504 Highway 89. Hunt Club is also interested, as was mentioned a few weeks ago, on doing a revised site plan. I will be reaching out to them as well on that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from staff? Mike?
I've been working with the county with respect to the electrical vehicle charging station at Town Hall, and we've been doing some roof inspections, so council can probably expect a report for the Town Hall roof for work may be required this year, or definitely 100% sure there'll be a 2022 budget request of council.
Okay. Yes, Fred?
Have there been any decisions by the county on what they're going to charge for using these charging stations? The price. I mean, I think the Orangeville one is, it's either $2 or $2.50 when you plug it in. So even if you're only there in the parking lot for 10 minutes, it's whatever it is, $2 or $2.50. Has there been any decisions on the pricing mechanism for these things, Mike?
You know what, council, I've been caught off guard by this a bit because I think the council was thinking about the wedding halls and they seem to stop in at the town hall and I'm going to put out an email this afternoon, see if I can get any information on what they're doing and what their plan is for long-term costing, etc. And I can bring council up to speed with respect to that at the August meeting from the county.
Okay. Kim, I see you're on screen.
I just wanted to quickly update council on the Island Lake Family Park project and just letting you know we're waiting on the go-ahead from the feds and the province to proceed with the project, which they are holding off on giving that to us until I have received feedback from the First Nation people in regards to the project. We reached out to them on June the 11th was my first email/phone call as well to them, and there have been subsequent emails to them and phone calls, and we are still waiting upon a response from them. And until we receive a response, the federal government is not going to release our okay to be able to proceed with the project. So just wanting to let you know we're trying and we're just in a holding mode.
Okay. So, is there anything from council members? Yes, Fred?
Andrew, can you put that picture up on the screen? I just, and this is for the benefit of both council members and the public, you know, the Headwaters Streams Committee helps landowners with giant hogweed. That's me standing in a patch of giant hogweed. You can see how large they are. They're quite a dangerous plant. If you touch it, you get a chemical on your skin that in the presence of sunlight will burn you. So I wanted this picture on the screen because if we have any members of the public who are watching, if you've got these plants, please get in touch with me. It's just a volunteer. I actually, on this particular property, which is on the Mono Angela town line, I want to publicly thank Phelps Goodman, Gary Hall, John Maxwell, and Richard Smythe. Only one of them is on the Headwaters Streams Committee. The other three are Bruce Trail members, but the Bruce Trail runs along the property line of this property, and that's how they got involved. They're quite a dangerous plant, and just so you understand, by us going in there and chopping them down does not solve the problem. There will be giant hogweed there for the next decade. But what our goal is, we chop them down, and you see the flowers at the top? We put the flowers, that's where all the seeds come from, in black garbage bags, and we leave them out in the sun so they rot. Okay, thanks, Andrew. That's all I need. I have one other item, Your Worship, and that's I think you all got it, the Shelburne and District Fire Board. I think you all got that report that went from their CAO to council. I don't know that it passed, but my assumption is, or Shelburne Council accepted that report, which, as I understand it, means Shelburne will be coming to talk to us. My own view is Shelburne has the perfect right to look at the services it provides its residents and its wisdom. If it decides it can do a better job or a more cost-effective job by taking over the Shelburne District Fire Board, that's entirely, they have the right to make that decision. I think the other 4 municipalities, one of them being us, though, has to sit back and say, if they took over the fire board, what does it do to service in Mono? And more importantly, what does it do to costs in Mono? And I think those are the only 2 questions. And when they come to talk to us, I'd like to hear their explanation as to how they think it would affect us. That's all I have, Your Worship.
Okay. Anything else, John?
A few things very quickly. As previously referred to, I'd like to add to the to-do list development of a process for handling requests for purchase of municipal lands with timelines. And I would suggest that this should be a function of the clerk's office. I have been in touch with property owners on the 5th line south of Mono Center Road who are interested in acquiring an unopened or an abandoned, I think it's better described as an abandoned road allowance. And we also have an instance over near the private golf club. We need a structure here. We have a bylaw, but we don't really have a structure of how an application is received and circulated to department heads and other agencies for comment. The bylaw does say that council has to declare that land is surplus before anything can happen, but I think this is something that we need to investigate given the existence of at least 2 applications. The second thing is that what I learned in my visit to the 5th line is that the abandoned road allowance is absolutely treacherous. There is a 25 to 30 foot chasm washout that has occurred, and there is repeated motorized vehicle activity on this road allowance. There shouldn't be any, period. It's not allowed for. And I think we need to come up with a plan to ensure that these abandoned road allowances do not become a liability for the town and are properly signed and blocked up such that motorized vehicles can no longer use them. I'm not concerned about hikers, I'm not concerned about mountain bikers, but I am concerned about safari jeeps and ATVs. Finally, I think on the to-do list should go some kind of acknowledgement that we are requesting signage at Island Lake Family Park, as well as at the emergency entrance into the CBC off Blue Heron. And I'd like to conclude by asking for an indulgence from council. I was quick to try and amend my motion with regard to no parking on Island Lake Conservation, no parking in the parking lot for Island Lake Conservation Area users by striking out ticketing and towing will be strictly applied. I'd like to ask whether or not council would be prepared to reinsert the following language. Reading the signage from the beginning, no parking for Island Lake Conservation Area users will be strictly enforced. I think it makes the point that we are serious about this, including our determination to lock the gates at 8 p.m.
Reg?
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that, John, but there might be some confusion because some people think, oh, Island Lake Family Park, Island Lake Conservation Area, oh, more than the same thing. Would it be better to change the word to the Vicky Barron Trail? That's quite clear. You're not allowed to go across this part to get to the Vicky Barron Trail.
I don't know that the users necessarily associate with the trail name or whether they associate with the conservation area name. Like the rest of the motion talks about Island Lake Conservation Area. And I think that's what people are coming for, and then they discover that it's called the Vicky Barron Trail.
Okay. I just think some people may have trouble distinguishing between the Island Lake Family Park and the Island Lake Conservation Area, and they may read that sign to say, you can't park here.
But the no parking sign is located at our entrance, and unfortunately, it's still called Island Lake in both instances.
Fine.
Okay, so in order in terms of adjusting that rewording, is anyone opposed to this rewording? So the motion carried the first time, so if we consider it a friendly amendment, is that allowed, Mr. Simpson?
Does this follow our procedural bylaw?
No, but it's the short answer. But if the minutes clearly indicate that, council wants to give that direction, staff will certainly follow it. If you want the official record of the resolution to read with this amendment, I think you probably need to pass a new one. But if you're happy for staff to just make that change, we'll do it.
The important thing is that the sign gets created and put up as soon as possible. I think we should catch up to the wording of the motion and minutes separately, but I think just to say that no parking for Island Lake Conservation Area users will be strictly enforced makes the point.
So it's, yes, Kim?
Just for a point of clarification for staff, are we still following the hours of the conservation area as the same hours for our park? Because we do have signage, and that was a resolution of council back, I believe it was back March or whatever, when I sent you the information in that regard.
I don't know. Now that you mention it, I remember that. But once we get a tennis court there, how late are we going to let the tennis players play?
Right now, tennis occurs at both of our other courts until 11 p.m. Well, at Cardinal Woods, it's 10 p.m. At Mono Center, it's 11 p.m. because of the club.
Well, doesn't the Credit Valley or Conservation Area close at something like 9 o'clock or something? Or?
At this time until the end of August, approximately, they close until 9, and then it turns to 8. Their times change as twilight approaches.
First of all, given the sign that John is going to put up, I don't think there necessarily has to be any coordination between the conservation area hours and our family park hours. So could we revisit this at the next council meeting? The tennis court isn't going to be built. Nothing's going to happen for a year anyway. It's all going to be under construction.
Right.
So can we just put this off until the next council meeting? Kimberly?
Yes, Sharon?
So by putting it off, I hope that means that we will still have the 8 o'clock closing of Island Lake Family Park and the parking.
Yes,
I
forgot.
At 8 o'clock. And,
Just sorry, just for clarification, in order to do that, you'll have to amend your resolution because at this point, we're following council's resolution to follow the Island Lake Conservation hours for that park. And right now, the conservation area does not close until 9 p.m. So if you want to change it, that our park closes at 8 p.m., you will need to put a resolution, I believe. You know, I'll get clarification from both Fred and or Mark on that one.
How can we have the park open until 9 o'clock and yet lock the gate at 8 o'clock?
There you go.
The gate does not lock until the park closes, which is 9 o'clock.
But it's being closed at 8 now.
But it shouldn't be being closed at 8. It does not. The gate was to be locked at the same times that the park closes.
Yes, Sharon?
The person who's closing the gate, I don't want him out there at 9 o'clock closing the gate. It's a volunteer position. I think that he suffers some abuse, even at at 8 o'clock he suffers some abuse, and I don't think that we can ask that person to do it. So whatever we have to do to make sure that our parking closes at 8 o'clock, that's what we have to do.
John?
I'm not, yeah.
Can I ask why we need to post the hours of our park anyway? If the only message seen is no access to Island Lake Conservation Area, use here Ontario Street, no island parking for Island Lake Conservation Area users will be strictly enforced, and parking lot for local residents only using Town of Mono's Island Lake Family Park, gate locked at 8 o'clock, no exceptions. Isn't that enough said?
I think we had some issues, not just with people accessing the conservation area, but with individuals using our park after hours. I have no problem with whatever time council wants the gate closed. I'm just going by what was put through as instructions to staff back in April or whenever it was that we moved the gate.
What about gate locked and park closed at 8 p.m., no exceptions?
Which is fine. It's just that closing our park at 8 p.m. is different than what your resolution said. I have no problem with that. If that's what council wants to do, great. I'll make it happen.
Fred Simpson?
If this is a concern, why don't council just right now pass a new resolution stating what the park hours are? And that will resolve that. Assuming the resolution matches the sign, then everything's handled.
Yep.
Okay.
I think that's where Kim's going.
Okay. So with that in mind, would someone care to move the motion that the park will close at 8 p.m.?
No. If I may, Kim, should we state the opening as well? Just state what the beginning and ending?
Yeah, just for clear.
I think clear.
I think that's a great idea, and I will just also remind council that you'll probably be changing this in the months to come as it gets darker earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, so who's going to move the motion? Moved by Sharon and seconded by?
What's the motion say?
The hours that the park is to be open and closed.
And what are these hours?
I've got that the hours of operation of the Island Lake Family Park are, I'm not sure what the opening time is.
8 a.m.
8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Okay, I'll second.
Okay. So Fred Nix is seconding. Any further discussion? Anyone
Just a quick
opposed?
question.
Sorry.
Just a quick question. Does that need to be reflected in signage, or are we just simply setting new hours?
I think we're
We do have a sign out there now stating the hours of the park.
Okay.
So is anyone opposed to the motion? Okay, so that carries.
Thank you.
Anything else, Sharon? No? Okay. So are there any notices of motion? And seeing none, we are going to close off then. And the motion that we introduced and given necessary readings to a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Town of Mono in session 15-2021 held on the 20th of July 2021, that it be signed by the mayor and the clerk, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Could I have a mover? Moved by Martin, seconded by Creelman. Anyone opposed? It's carried. So thank you for your patience, and we got through it. So we are adjourning at 1:57 p.m. And that's moved by Nix and seconded by Creelman. And that's carried. Thanks, everybody.